Okay, mic's finally working. Gotta love those technical issues getting started. Bit of a slow start, unfortunately, but oh well. But then, right. Don't know. All right. Okay, speak. Okay, mic still works. Great. Yay. All right. Here we go. No wonder TV people, get paid well to like do live broadcasts. All right. All right. Well, Sunday Funday is starting now, so I guess it started earlier for everyone else, but this stream starts now. So, uh, today we're going to be doing something a little different, but it should be fun. Um, I'm practically finished with the painting I've been working on. Not 100% finished, but I don't think it has a whole stream in it. So I decided I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon and do something I've been tempted to do for a week now, or 2 weeks, and have a little fun today while I get my next photo reference all set up um, for my next painting. Seeing as how it looks like there's no one watching at the moment, I will, get into the details more as I start getting into it. Yeah. Elliot knife. Oh, that's cool. I get more palette space in this configuration. Nice. Oh, hey, love. Hey, Michelle. Thank you for watching. It didn't, when I looked at the viewer count, it had zero. So I must have looked at it before you logged in. I know people will join in. The beginnings are always slow. So it's not not a big deal at all. Yeah, I take this opportunity to clean up a little and do all that stuff that I need to. Swear to God, the trees are trying to kill me. I don't know why allergies are so bad suddenly today, but wow, they are just trying to kill me today. Michelle, if you're still watching, when you do come upstairs for anything, you could bring a granola bar or an apple or something. That'd be great. I don't have a preference. Either is fine. I guess a granola bar. It's easier to eat. All right. So today I am going to be, like I said, hopping on the bandwagon a little, although it's a very small bandwagon, you know, when speaking of the internet. I'm going to be painting Nicholas Uribe. Um, he he did a podcast with Dylan Sarah, um, and a bunch of people have since painted him because of that. It's a like draw with me podcast. It's a really cool podcast. Um, so yeah, and a bunch of really cool artists did really good drawings and paintings of him. Um, I will link the episode in chat. 1 second, I'm trying to get to it. I'll link the episode in chat so people can go check it out. Um, so yeah, the reference is also there if anyone wants to use it. But yeah, that's the what's it called? Um, that's the where I'm getting this all from. The reference, and you can see the people there. Dylan, Sarah, they do interviews. They do interviews and they do draw with me's while they're doing the interview and stuff. It's fun. It's a good fun show. Um, and a bunch of artists have have done the same reference since then. Um, and I was really focused on getting my painting done. Um, so I've been hesitant to do one, but had an idea for it, so I thought I'll give it a shot and see how it goes. And also just have a little bit of fun. Low, what's the word I'm looking for? Not low stress, but low, oh, I am blanking on the word I'm trying to find. Um, Geez. Basically just a, easy Sunday, I guess would be the way to put it. And my palette is going to be getting an extra color if I can open this tube of paint. I think I'm going to break the tube. Oh, that's not good. Let me see if I have another one. Give it another shot because I can't find another. Or I had another tube. But yeah. Wasn't anticipating opening up paint being an issue, but where we're at. The challenges of being an artist, unexpected issues. I keep my paint tubes very tidy. Um, but this one was gifted to me. It's not quite as tidy as I keep my paint tubes. Yeah, this is not opening. Jeez. Okay. Oh, thanks, love. Yeah, this is not opening. The tube is giving way more than the lid, so I'll have to spend more time with that some other way at some other time. Let's see if I have this color somewhere else. The problem is I have the like student grade version, but I'm not a fan of it. It's not as, I'm not as much a fan of that way. All right, and we'll go with an alternative. Yeah, see this one opened up no problem. All right. I haven't had a chance to eat today, so I hate when this happens. When the you put out paint and the oil just like separates and drips down. It's not a big deal. It happens, but it's annoying. Just trying to mark down the edge of my palette. There we go. All right. So I use one of these for my walnut oil. I just put walnut oil in here. However, I'd left it open and it kind of dried out. So I filled it with Gamsol. I don't really use Gamsol in my painting, so let me just pour that out real quick. Totally forgot I did that. Yeah, I try not to use not that Gamsol isn't very useful in painting, it is. Solvents are very useful in painting process. I um I don't use them because I don't like the fumes and I don't want to be worried about that. So that's why I don't really use them in my painting process. And because I want to get used to using them, so I just don't use them even when fumes aren't an issue. I think I taped my paper a little skewed. Yeah, that's straight. That's not straight. So silly, but driving me crazy. There we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. Well, that was a lower than ideal start, but you know, live stream. Anyways, so this is um Windsor Red. It's an alternative to CAD Red. I wanted to use CAD Red, but I could not get it open. So Windsor Red it is. Um, it's a mixed red. I can't remember the pigments, but it's a mixed red. Um, I'm not like a CAD Red diehard. Uh, the CAD colors are beautiful. But you know, it's they are problematic because of the toxicity and yeah, mostly because of the toxicity. And I think the preparation, how they're made, isn't great either, if I remember correctly. Um, so yeah, I I don't use CAD Red much because I don't need it, generally speaking. But it is a beautiful color. However, my understanding is Pyrrole is a very similar color. spiral red. Um, I plan on picking some up to give it a shot, see how it is. CADs have some advantages. My understanding is they're uh, very light fast, and they've been around for a while now, so we know that they're pretty good at keeping their color. And they're very opaque. Like the real ones, they're very opaque, which um, is an advantage when you want it. Disadvantage when you don't, obviously. But yeah, I'll be honest, I do not measure like with my hand like that enough. It is a very good practice to do. Oh, this is so funny. It, the beginning of it. So, some painters um, lay things in. Uh, oh, Michelle is helping me out. Yeah. Painters lay things in all kinds of ways. Obviously, I come from a more um, I come from like a comic book background, so um, I tend to lay things in the beginning stages, at least more like just a drawing kind of thing. Even though I'm using a brush for it, I don't go in with like full like just color right away. I kind of sketch it out. And this is reminding me a lot of like the anime mouth that they do for like uh what is it? In anime a lot of times it's like the uh mature attractive women. It's just funny. There's like a specific design that you see repeated a lot because anime um and manga, they use a lot of a repeating styles, but it's representational art in a way. They're not actually drawing people, they're drawing representations of people. They're not trying to make it accurate. So they have like stylized versions of things that get repeated that signify certain things. And not an expert by any stretch, but still I'm familiar with some of it. It's definitely not perfect, but it's a start. Let me see something real quick. Just checking my stream for something. All right. I'm sure some of the placements of this isn't, perfect, but I'm not going to stress it too much at this stage unless there's something that you know, is very obvious to me. Okay, so I'm out of black. So if anyone's watching and they're questioning my mixing habits, I totally get that and understand why. But quick explanation is that my colors are very saturated, and I'm by mixing a variety of different by mixing like opposite colors or complementary colors, I guess, and black and white, it tends to gray it out a little, compress the values. Not that I'm going for like a compressed values necessarily on this one. Well, I haven't decided, which is not a good sign. Honestly, this is something I should have in my head before I start. And the reason I don't is because I'm very torn in which direction I want to take this painting, which is a horrible way of starting a painting, honestly. Okay. Yeah, and the reason I say that is because it's really good to have like in your head to know where you want to go, what you want it to look like. I'm not saying that it's the predetermined, but if you don't have a direction, oh, it's a recipe for disaster. So I think, yeah. Okay. So we'll do compress just into the darks mostly with some highlight flares. We'll do that. That'll be fun. So I'm actually doing a little bit of a more traditional start in this painting than I often do, which is go in, lay in sketch it in, and then from there I am laying in the uh, the darks. So I'm just going to go in and put in all the shadow shapes and the darks first, and then from there um, move on from there, basically. I don't always do that in my paintings because sometimes there are no real darks. Um, so I just end up putting in, it's more like laying in the base color than it is like the darks. Personally, I find doing like compressed values, compressing them into the lights, I think I find to be easier than compressing into the darks. My theory on this is that it's because we um, we see a wider spectrum in the light in almost every sense. We see more color, we see more um, you know, we see more intensity of color, like a variety, um, but also just like the how can I describe this? If you have a scale from 1 to 10 of values, 1 being white and 10 being black, um, they sell these cards for artists that have them like the gray steps of that. Um, and it's very linear, it's 1 to 10 increments of, whatever it is, 10, I think, or no. Yeah, 10. Anyways, very, very self-explanatory. But the reality is we don't actually see like that. We see more in the light and less in the dark. So it ends up being like this, like where we would define, like, if you were to define a line of like what counts as light and what counts as dark, the lights would have more of that, of those steps. And then the darks would be compressed into like 3 or 4 versus an equal 5 and 5. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining it, but yeah. I mean, it makes sense to a degree because obviously we use light to see, and so kind of makes sense. But also we have more night vision, which is another reason. I mean, compared to other animals. Michelle is telling me to let people know they can join in and chat with you if they sign into YouTube. Yes. Anyone who is viewing who wants to talk and chat, you're more than welcome to. Um, if you have to, I think you have to sign into YouTube for that. I'm not sure, but probably. But you are welcome to. People are welcome to sign in and chat and ask questions. Um, or lurk if you're not up for that. No pressure. Some people are not into that. That's fine. I assure you, I'm better at talking to people than I am at talking to myself. And I'm happy to answer questions. But, you know, like I said, no pressure either way. I used to watch live streams by other artists that I've found on um, specifically on Twitch at the time, but I learned so much talking to certain artists online. There used to be a streamer on Twitch called Pink Epoxy, a really great oil painter in my opinion. Um, and Arthur Gaines, also a really good oil painter on Twitch. Um, and Scrodello, um, also an oil painter on Twitch, and there's others. But talking about painting and learning from them, um, when I wasn't as familiar with oil paints, personally found very useful and very helpful. Also, used to watch a ton of YouTube videos about oil painting. Um, that was very beneficial as well. Especially for beginning stages. Afterwards, I ended up taking signing up for taking classes at the Atelier Dojo in Austin, which is a really cool school. Uh, uh, one of the co-founders is Jennifer Balkin. She's great. Highly recommend finding her online. And then um, and then I signed up for Chelsea Lang's. She's on YouTube, Chelsea Lang. She runs a workshop or a boot camp that I also recommend. Well, I recommend it, but I would say not for like beginner stages. It's a little more um, you know, advanced, I would say. Like if you're still just like unfamiliar with painting at all, like not necessarily like you don't have to be familiar with oil paints, but um painting in general, I would say it's not like early stage kind of thing. But yeah, really good workshop boot camp. Also a good YouTube channel. Got a little off topic there, but yeah, overall just chatting about art and painting and stuff. Good time. I enjoy I enjoy it when I get to do it. So I'm not entirely happy with the how the paint is going on for whatever reason. Um, Not a big deal. As I go through the stages, it will, I'll be layering paint on top of paint and all of that will clear up. But for whatever reason, I'm not really happy with how the surface is feeling. It's weird, but not a big deal. So because I'm looking to compress some of this stuff, this part is I don't know that I'd say it's like really dark because it's kind of in the light. It's in there are some shadows on his face here, but as I'm trying to compress some of it, I'm just going to be merging a lot of these things together, especially in the beginning stages. So these lines here, this is where his shoulders, just like where I see them. Um, but there are some exaggerations I'm planning with this, so actually dropping the shoulders a little. We'll see if it ends up not looking pleasant or it ends up throwing me off too much, I will, you know, go back in and paint them in the correct place. But yeah, we'll see. Hey, Michael. Welcome. How you doing? I am doing well. Yeah, I'm starting a new portrait. I am um doing a quick portrait of Nicholas Uribe. He was on that I don't know if you caught it. It was the Dylan Sarah YouTube channel, the Draw With Me. And a bunch of people have done a bunch of artists I follow have done this same portrait since. So I've been wanting to do it. I thought Sunday would be a fun day to, you know, just have a easy stream, have some fun with it. I have this is just the lay-in. Oh yeah, you saw that one. Great. Yeah. So um so I'm going to be doing a few like I don't want to call it a caricature, but I'm going to be emphasizing certain things. And if you saw that um if you saw that video, that live stream they did, you might know why I'm doing red. Why I started off with red. So, um, fun little like aside kind of thing. But yeah, that might give you a little bit of a hint as to where this is going a little bit. Not, I'm not doing caricature necessarily, like, but yeah. And for those who haven't seen it and don't know, um, I guess along the way, and I will talk about it at the end, or I'll put it in the description. Did you also do a portrait of Nicholas, Michael? I'm trying to remember. I saw a bunch of them on Instagram, on a lot of people I follow did. So, and I am like horrendous with names, so I struggle to connect, especially across platforms. Like some people don't have the same name, or sometimes it's not the name, it's the image with that goes with their profile. Anyways, my brain's stupid, is what I'm saying about that stuff. So I'm just curious. No, you didn't. You were working. I think the image is still up if you want to grab it. By the way. Yeah, I was working at the time too. It was good. I enjoyed their chat. Like I enjoyed being in the chat, but I couldn't paint or draw at the same as they were doing it. Maybe do one Thursday the week at night. Thanks for the idea. Yeah. I mean, no, obviously no pressure. It's not like a thing that you need to do. But I too wanted to do it while everyone was doing it and just was like, I can't really, I'm working, can't really do it right now. And then, what's it called? And then on my stream, I thought about doing it, but once again, I was working on something. I didn't want to interrupt, but my painting is almost done. I don't think it has another full stream in it, kind of thing. And I also had an idea for this one, so I was just like, okay, since I've got an idea that I think is fun, um, you know, do that. Would be fun. Yeah, I think it's fun. I've done a, you know, I've done a painting of Danny already. Um, so it's nice to get one in of Nicholas. And this surface is acting very strange today. Or I'm just not used to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just the ridges. Oh well. I usually do not go through so much of these colors because when I'm doing more like natural colors, um, yeah, these colors are so strong that I usually need just like to barely touch it with my brush to get the right color. But with these like you know, stronger colors, it's definitely need more of it than normal. I think that's why I go through so much white. I end up mixing everything and white ends up being the base for like most of my paint. Although most artists I know go through white at like the most easily. Yeah, Michael. That's Michelle, my partner. Okay. I think the white of the paper is really messing with my perception at the moment. So let's fill that in real quick. I thought it was the wrong color and in the wrong place. That's great. Oh, let's fix it there. So I guess I should. I guess now would be a good time to address it. Uh, because when what's it called? When people are laying in their darks, different artists use different paints to do that. So this color isn't that crazy for the dark color for like laying in darks, but for laying in my I guess highlights or my lighter areas, this red a little unrealistic, a little bright. I think is an understatement. Uh so the reason is because Nicholas Uribe is a huge Hellboy fan and Mike Mignola fan. So I thought it would be fun to do the painting, um, you know, referencing that a little with the color scheme. Yeah, I love comic book art. Yeah, no, he's definitely a comic book fan, an artist fan. I am actually going to try and see if I can hook him up with some connections. I, you know, I've worked in comics a little. I work in animation. I'm not like the most connected person in the world, but I'm also not the only artist who loves Uribe's art. So, but I think a lot of people who love his art don't realize that he is a comic book fan. Um, and would be interested in doing, paintings that are connected to that in some way. I think is the big issue. All right. So, more or less laid in. I hate all the little like texture of the that makes all the little dots of like white and everything. I hate that. It drives me nuts for whatever reason. So let's see if I can get rid of it. There we go. Easy. So easy. and get rid of 100% of them, but 99.9, good start. Hate cleaning these brayers though. That's the only thing that's so annoying. All right. Now time for a little assessment. It's actually a little hard to see at the moment. Even like I'm sure on screen it's pretty hard to see. It's for me too, it's a little bit hard. So, all of the like details of where things are is a little on the vague side at the moment. Now, usually at this stage, I will go in and scratch out the drawing again. But because for one of the reasons being time, I'm trying to do this a little faster than normal. Um, and also because I'm going to be exaggerating some of it and so on. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'll just go in and start laying it out or modeling it. And if I run into an issue where I'm like, oh, this doesn't feel right or something's looking wrong, then I can, like focus in on the drawing aspect of it a little more. But a lot of that drawing aspects get messed up anyways as I go in and model, so I'm not going to worry too much about it at the moment. So, okay, this did a great job of keeping the value. When I put this down, it is practically the same. Great. So, until I'd say roughly until like the end, this is actually going to be my lightest light. This red. This red. At the end, I'll throw in a few more lighter areas, but for 90% of the painting, this is going to be my lightest light. So now, start working backwards. Yeah, this will be, I think this will be like my darkest darks, roughly. Let's lighten it up just a little bit. There we go. This is it. Yeah, I'll work with that for most of it. The reason I say most of it is I will paint um most of the painting, and then at the very end uh there's like just a little bit that I will often punch just a little bit higher or lower, um, where if needed, kind of thing. But those are kind of like things I usually leave just for like, highlights or like spectral highlights or you know, any area of interest. The reason I keep going to the eyes is because I'm thinking of like the little lights in the eyes. Although those are honestly not always white, so that's a bit of a mistake. It's more just areas that I feel like need it to like pump the contrast just a little bit. Uh, or usually it's more areas of focus that I want to be like the main attention, I think. So, I should just address the also the shoulders. The reason I dropped the shoulders, um, is also related to Hellboy. Hellboy had Mike Mignola has a tendency of doing those like really dropped shoulders in his art. So that's why. Well, I'm dropping the shoulders a bit. Um, yeah. That's also why I'm making his jawline a little more emphasized. Michelle, is there any coffee left, or did you take the last bit of it? If you're still in here. Yeah, I'm gonna come down and grab it in a minute, in a couple minutes. I think my cup's up here, so probably take a short break to grab some coffee. Hey, Carla, welcome. Carla says, "Hi, Leon. How are you? Ooh, I love this. I recognize the image of Nicholas, and the red is exciting. Red reference from Hellboy. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it. The red is referencing Hellboy, and um, and I'm also exaggerating certain elements to reference Mike Mignola's Hellboy specifically, like he um how he tends to draw. So yes. Donley, hey Donley, welcome. Good to see you. Do I see a wild rebay emerging? Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. Uh, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know Don Leo, he streams on Twitch. He's a digital artist, all around cool guy, fun streams. Um, check him out. Don Lee O underscore O, and O is like OHHH, three H's. So yeah, like there are certain elements that I'm emphasizing, like I'm making his neck a little thinner, longer. I'm sloping the shoulders down. Uh, you know, um, more emphasizing the jawline a bit, stuff like that. Hey Laura, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? And I am compressing the values because I like doing that. Instead of doing high key like I often do, I'm going dark with this. I think that's pretty obvious, but um, literally this is Windsor red. Um, I was going to use CAD red light, but I couldn't open the tube, so Windsor red is my lightest light at the moment. So if you that's the scale. Like this right here is like the lightest light, and from there we're going down. I don't know if Nicholas got a response from Magnola, but I will be posting this online and tagging everyone when I get to it. So we'll see if that helps. You know. So the only issue is that none of these colors are all that opaque, which can be an issue. So when I put white, it really destroys the color. So it's kind of a mix. It's kind of a not a mix, it's a balancing act of trying to like not go too light, but also and not destroy the color, but adding some white in to get some of that opaqueness that I need to cover some of the color. Carlos says, right, he sent a drunk text to Magnola. Uh, I mean, he wasn't drunk, but yeah, he did send it like a drunk text to Magnola while on stream. It was pretty funny. Yeah, it was pretty funny. I hope he gets a response. He would do a I think he would do a phenomenal job doing a cover for Magnola. Um or an alt cover for Magnola. And he's painted Hellboy before, not for a cover. And I thought it was really cool looking. Yeah, it was pretty funny. That's one of those things where it's like it's not exactly the same thing, but it's like you know, if you've ever used LinkedIn to like for like researching something or somebody for some reason. I mean, even if you have legit reasons, but it's one of those things where it's like it it what's it called? It snitches on you. Like it tells you who's been viewing your page. So you got to be careful when, opening LinkedIn by mistake unless you don't care. Um but yeah, if you're like trying to like, research someone, then you awkwardly like open up their page and you're like, ah, crap, now I got to say something. It's funny. Very similar situation. Yeah, I'm always LinkedIn's the one I'm always worried about. Or if there's someone that you're not like all that close with and you're opening their Instagram to show someone and you accidentally like double tap it. You're like, crap, I just liked something of theirs. I don't want them to think whatever, for whatever reason. There should be a text your art crush day. Oh, I I'll be honest. I think just any day can be text your art crush day. I don't think artists get that much, you know, attention. I don't think it's an issue. um, yeah, I think, yeah, I don't think it's that big of an issue, honestly. I get where you're coming from. I just, um, yeah. Donnelly says, yeah, I had a coworker that got really weird about being able to see who was looking at their LinkedIn page. Yeah, it can be really weird, because, like, you know, let's say you're looking up someone who, you know, you admire or whatever, and you're like, you're going to reach, let's say you're going to reach out to them, or, not even someone you admire. Let's say it's a work thing, right? Like, let's say you're going to reach out to someone for work and you want to kind of research them or the company so that you have a better, idea of what they're looking for or whatever. And then, so you go to their LinkedIn page and you go to their company LinkedIn page and all that. It's like they can see all of this. It can be very awkward. And I think that's a totally legitimate thing to be doing as far as like researching, let's say a company or a studio, or even if someone like reaches out to you and you don't know who they are, so you're like Google them real quick because like, man, I get scam messages all the time. So you go look someone up, but then it can be a little weird. You're like, oh, I just went on their Facebook, their Instagram, their this, and also their LinkedIn. But yeah, I'll be honest, Carla, as far as like reaching out to artists, I'll say um, most artists, unless they're like huge, you can just reach out to almost any artist out there. Like most artists are very accessible. We've seen this time and time again. Like in the boot camp, like people have reached out to certain people for something, and yeah, just every time it's very seems for the most part very accessible. The bigger issue is being able to like hold a, you know, like normal-ish conversation with them. That's something I would struggle with. It's like, hi, I really love your art, isn't really like a good opener, you know. It's like, okay, I love your art and thanks. Cool, that's cool. I'm sure they appreciate it because when people message me something like that, I appreciate it, but not exactly a conversation starter. What we really need is we need those pickup artist shows or those pickup artist guys? We need that for like artists to talk to other artists. This is a horrible idea. I regret saying it the moment I said it. But it'd be funny. Okay. So now that I'm at this stage, I like it. Like I like the compression and everything, but it's a little needs something a little more. So let's address that real quick. So I've done these paintings in the past that I called a limited hue uh, uh, painting. And the idea was that it wasn't a monochrome, so it was because monochrome is like one color from dark to light, kind of the same color. Um, but in the spectrum of like colors, I'm familiar with Photoshop. They have a hue, and that's like red and magenta, and then it goes into the purples and so on. So the idea of a limited hue was that it had a limited space on like that kind of spectrum. And I think I'm going to have to treat this the same way. Donley says Magnolia must be used to kind of superficial conversations from signings at conventions, so it'd probably be better than most at handling it. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Carla says, are you determining the value range? Yeah, okay, so the value range is limited. Magnolia does a lot of like really heavy blacks. I don't want to go fully black. Like I didn't want to go that dark, but I am limiting the value range. So, oh, hey love, thank you for the coffee. Can you put it there? I can't touch it right now with my gloves. Thank you very much. Michelle brought me some iced coffee. I appreciate it. Um, yes. So Carla, this right here is my this is Windsor Red. Um, it's very similar to Cad Red Light. This is my lightest light. This is the same color. This is my lightest light until like near the end when I'm going to put in a little more light, lighter colors. Um, and then this right here, like this part of his mouth, that's my darkest dark for now. Uh, Donnelly says Magnola's watercolors are much more limited in value range, though still pop. Yeah, Magnola is the thing about Magnola is it's his shape designs that are like the thing, right? Like that part of his art is so strong that the rest of it is like that is the structure and base for everything. It's just so strong. Hey Fluff Pie, welcome. Good to see you. You're doing well. Hey everybody. Fingers crossed. I'm going to attempt you know, transferring from one cup to another. Fingers crossed. We'll do it live. Doing good today. Good, Fluff Pie. Glad. I'm doing I'm doing well. I'm doing a painting of Nicholas Uribe, um, with the influence of Mike Mignola and Hellboy. It's based off of a photo that Nicholas Uribe um, took and gave to Dylan Sarah for how Draw Together episode. Uh, there's a link in the chat. It's pinned. That's the that's the video I took it from. So yeah, that's what I'm working on, and um, I can't do anything simple, so I am compressing all my values and everything. So this is Windsor Red. I'm sure people are getting are tired of hearing this, but this is Windsor Red right here, and that's gonna it's the same color here. That's my lightest lights. This over here is a bit of a mixture, but this is my like darkest darks for now. Um, I'm gonna try and model everything that way. I'm also doing a little bit of a caricature because of the um Hellboy Mignola aspect of it. But what I was about to do is I'm a little like I'm not entirely happy with how monochrome it is, I guess. It's not entirely monochrome, but it's too too monochrome for me. So I'm gonna be bringing in a little more cool colors into the darks right now, um, just to give it a little more depth, Donley, LOL. So I can't do anything simple, yeah, 2023. Yeah, yeah, there's a bit of that. For sure. I make my life hard painting wise always. I am going to stretch my back for a second. I'm still here, just standing is rough sometimes. I would paint sitting down, but sitting down is also a problem. So I think the solution is a variety more than like a single thing. So I need to use my stool more often. I have a stool here that I don't use enough. So I'll try and remember to do that. There we go. All right. But yeah, I've done limited hue paintings before, and I like having a little more range in the hues than a monochrome. Love should go get Dresden. He's in his crate. Now, Dresden will be for later. That's fine. Don Lee says you need to do the I'm walking down the stairs gag for the camera since we can't see your legs when you go down to the floor. Yeah, that's funny. All right, so because because the red is so red and so um in your face about it, and also it's on the warm side for sure. I'm gonna cool the shadows down a bunch or a bit. We'll see, one or the other. But yeah, I'm gonna cool down the shadows, which will even if I'm not changing the value, will open up the range of options that I have available. So, okay. Yeah, I did a series of limited hue paintings and I really enjoyed them. I haven't done them in a while. Um, but they they kind of look like monochromes, but when you look at it a little closer, you see that it's not, and there's so much more in there. But yeah. Hey, Catherine, welcome. Oh, you recognize the reference? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everyone who was it's been an ongoing thing, so I thought I'd participate a little. I've wanted to. I don't know. I wanted to focus on my painting as well, like the painting I was working on. But yeah, I had an idea of something to do with it, and I thought it was fun, so I'm like, I'll give it a shot. So I think a few people came in and I didn't ask them how they were doing specifically, what they were up to, which I guess makes me a bad host. Anyways, if I missed you, how are you doing? What are you up to? What's new? Have you been painting? Have you been painting? How's it going? I'm thinking specifically Catherine, Carla, Fluff Pie, because I think I missed all three of you. But if there's anyone else I missed, I apologize. By all means, I'm curious. How are you doing? What are you up to? Buffy is saying I like all the highs in chat. Yeah, chat's having a great time. Uh, if you're watching and you're not in chat, more than welcome to join in. I don't think there's a lot of people who are watching who aren't, but you know, or if you're watching this after the fact, in the future, you're welcome to join. I'm feeling silly and happy and inspired by your painting, Liad. Thank you for asking. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad I can bring that. Yeah. It's today is just a easy, fun, silly day kind of thing. Low pressure, just have a good time kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure. All right, so I feel like that coolness just opened up the painting a lot. Because now, even though the values haven't changed a lot, I have a lot more room between here and here to transition. Donnelly says, have you ever done a very condensed value dark painting? Like starting at or near black, looking at this and thinking about Magnolia, thought it might fit. Yeah, I have, and that's kind of what this is, but I didn't go that dark, obviously. But yes, I have. Uh, I can show you one actually. I don't mind. So an easy go-to would be this one. Now, obviously, there are very light lights in this. Like this is very, very light. But if you look in the darks, like there is not a lot of range in the darks. So this is an example of one I have. I have another couple. This isn't quite black black, but this one also has. Maybe it's not as dark as I thought it was. But yeah. Oh, Carla has to go. You need to run. Store anyone. I'll be back soon. Hopefully, still be straight. Okay, Carla. Have a. I think I'm good chance I will be. But have a good one. Good luck at the store. Catherine says, I never tried a monochrome red painting. So cool. I remember Nicholas did that a few years ago. Uh, the last painting you've seen already, a watercolor of the same pot. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, Catherine did a great. I saw that on Instagram. You did a great job with that. Absolutely. Um, yeah. I've done a few monochromes. In like I've done. I don't remember. I think I've done at least like two in red. I have this one, which is orange, but it's you know, it's kind of not exactly red, but it's um and it's not exactly a monochrome either. It's one of my limited hue paintings. So there's actually, I think, I don't remember. I think there's five colors in this, like five tubes of paint, different colors in it. Um, because there's, a bit of a range there. which is kind of what I'm doing here too. I I love monochromes. Um, they look they look great. I just I don't know. I like I said, I can't do anything simple. I have to make it difficult. Oh, thank you, Catherine. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like in my like limited hue paintings, I the things that I liked about it was that I could control the what is it? The temperature more than I could with a monochrome. So I don't know if I have it out right. I don't have it out right now. I have a blue limited hue one, and the the blues I could use like cooler and warmer blues, and that allowed me to do like a variety of different things with it that I thought were very that I you couldn't do with a monochrome. Do you use two reds, black and white for this one or for the other painting, Catherine? Actually, I'll answer for both because chat delay is what it is. So for the orange painting of the girl, that one was, if I'm not mistaken, it was like titanium white, uh, cad yellow, light, um, cad yellow light, and then cad wait, titanium white, cad yellow light, cad red light, magenta because I was using magenta at the time, and then I think a black in there. Uh oh no, on this one. Okay, yeah, I'm using two reds. I have Windsor red, which is technically a mix of two reds, but Windsor red. I couldn't open my CAD red tube of paint. Gonna have to uh, work on that on my own time. Um, and this is rose, the permanent rose, the one up here on the corner. I can barely see it, but permanent rose. Um, and then the rest of my palette is the same, which is Mars black, um, phthalo blue, cad lemon, titanium white. Hold on just a second, everyone. I apologize. 1 second. Sorry about that. Some computer issues. Michelle's computer, not mine. Um, anyways, yeah, so That's what I'm working with on this painting. And for at the moment, my darkest darks is this, but I might be pushing it darker. I'll kind that's we'll see. What brand Cad Lemon? Is it opaque or rather translucent? You always need lots of yellow for it to be opaque. It seems pretty opaque. Um, this is a Gamblin artist quality Cad Lemon. Um, Catherine, have you tried bismuth yellow? I've heard that that has good body to it, like a uh. Hold on, so it won't. Okay, uh, I'm. That's going to be a little more than I can handle in like 5 minutes. Right. We're having some overheating issues with Michelle's PC. Don't know what's going on with it. Um, yeah, that sucks. Uh, yeah. But yeah, the Gamblin Cad Yellow, it seems to be pretty opaque. I'll be honest, most of my colors aren't that opaque. Uh, but my black and white are very opaque. And because I often have to add black or white because my colors are so bright, um, it ends up being pretty opaque. But I've heard bismuth yellow from Nicholas. He claims it has a lot of body. I don't know what that means exactly. If that means it's more opaque or not. Uh, Windsor yellow is not very opaque. Um, it's a great color, but it's not very opaque. No, I haven't tried that yet. Found a teeny little tube in our store, but it is quite expensive. Yeah. Uh, I'll be honest. I think Cad Lemon, uh, like I said, Gamblin Cad Lemon, it seems pretty good. The thing too is that it's so like I don't. It's you can kind of see it up here. It's so bright. Um, I almost never need to use it out of the tube. Um, so like I said, when I start mixing things, I don't really notice the opaqueness being an issue. It's so that's me personally for how I paint. Like opaqueness is not often a very like like limiting factor, I guess, would be the way to put it. Uh, because here's a maybe this will help, but like when I'm painting, what's it called? When I'm painting wet into wet, opaqueness is rarely an issue because if something really is like if I really need to cover something, well, it's wet. I can wipe it, right? And then it's not an issue. Because that's the only time opaqueness is an issue is if you need to cover something. Well, that's not really an issue because I can wipe it down to the substrate. Um, and then for um, what's it called? Um, for wet on dry, if my painting's dry and I need to cover something, if my if my paint absolutely won't cover it, obviously the easy option is to do what's it called? Multiple layers. But if multiple layers isn't exactly an option or it's too much of a pain, you can do white. and then paint over the white, which I've done that once or twice, where it's like, oh, this is just a huge pain in the butt. So I just end up putting down like a layer of white, and then either sometimes you can just paint right on top of the wet white because it's not an issue, or I just let it dry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't, I don't really deal with opaqueness that much. But yeah, Windsor Yellow, I think. Not Windsor Yellow, sorry. Cad Lemon. Um, I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Honestly, when it comes to like paint brands, I feel like Gamblin and Winsor Newton. I'll say this in America, right? Their artist grades paints are kind of like they're kind of like a I think they're about the cheapest artist grade paint that you can find, or close to it at least. But they're, fine, absolutely fine. Like, I think the quality is, you know, it's like, it's not exciting in a way, but it's, very, very serviceable, which I'm sure is not a way they would like us to describe me to describe it. But yeah, it's good paint. It does what it's supposed to. It's just nothing exciting. Your store doesn't have that brand here. Okay. Where where do you live if you don't mind me asking? Like general area, I think I've asked before, but my memory sucks, so I apologize. Belgium. Okay, so what brands are like common for Belgium? I would assume I'm surprised Winsor Newton isn't. I would assume Winsor Newton because I mean they're Chinese now, but there's a European brand. Well, Leah nipped his spokesperson gig with Winsor Newton in the bud. Uh, Not necessarily, because, it's the type of thing where I don't have that much exposure to their paint. So, you know, give me some of your nicer paint, Winsor Newton, and we'll see. Okay, Winsor Newton. So, yeah, Winsor Newton's like, honestly, it's the brand I recommend. Winsor and Gamblin, because Gamblin's an American company, are the brands I recommend to everybody. Um, they're not like the like quote unquote luxury or premium paint, but honestly, I feel like those are a waste of money for the most part. So I'll be honest, I use Gamblin and Winsor Newton. Only other brand I like that I use is M Gram. I like M Gram. They use a different binder. They use walnut oil, which I like. Okay, so Catherine has Windsor Newton. Belgium. Uh, I'm assuming there's like Van Gogh paint there as well. I don't know the quality of that one. Um, and then there's I think Blocks is a European brand. Um, I don't know if you have that one there. I think I've heard good things about that. They're here they're expensive, but um they might be cheaper where you are. There's a few European brands that look really good, but they're much more expensive here. So I can't vouch for them because I haven't used them. I'm trying to remember what other brands I'm thinking of that are European that you might have access to that I'm familiar with. Yes, never tried Old Holland and Van Gogh. Yeah. Most common is Winter Newton. Yes. Old Holland. Oh my God, they're so expensive here. Like I thought about quote unquote treating myself to I was going to treat myself to some Old Holland paint because they're, you know, a premium brand or whatever. And I was like I looked up the prices on it and I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I don't need this. I'm good. And Rembrandt as well. Hold on. Uh, looks like Michelle's computer. Uh, like it looks like the. I haven't seen it yet, but from what she's describing, it looks like the fan that attaches to the CPU is all messed up. So I'm not going to deal with it right now, but be dealing with it later. That sucks. Computers, I love them and hate them at the same time. Yeah, hopefully it's a minor fix, like just replacing that would, might fix it, but who knows? Um, yeah, like I said, I love computers. They make so many things possible. Oh my God, I hate them sometimes. Oh, let me just. Hey, love, can you check on your phone? Best Buy closes tonight? Yeah, and we all I say, Michelle, everyone I know lives on our computers. And as soon as there's a problem, oh my God, it just bricks your whole life. Yeah, as far as paints go, Catherine, getting back to that though, I've never tried Old Holland or Van Gogh. Uh, okay. I will say this, painting stubble, like a beard, I can is painting beards is difficult, but doable, obviously, well, doable, obviously. Painting stubble is a lot, I find a lot more challenging. And like 5 o'clock shadow and stubble is so common. I find it very challenging because I don't want to go in there and paint every little thing, but that is my tendency. Yeah, fluff pie, exactly. You can't paint each little hair. I don't want to, at least. I don't want to be one of those painters who does. Um, yeah. All right, we're going darker, people. I feel like it's needed. I do enjoy the compressed values, and I will still continue to push that, but I want to go darker. The Hellboy Magnola aspect of it is just too, you know, too alluring. I see everyone's on board for the darker values. Come to the dark side. We have vegan, gluten-free brownies. Catherine, since you're in Holland, wait, you're in Belgium, sorry, not Holland, you're in Belgium. Um, have you ever been to any of the uh museums out there? Um, just curious if I haven't unfortunately had the opportunity. Um, been to museums here, but um, yeah, just curious. You have some very famous museums out there. Oh yeah, no problem, Catherine. I was just asking, since you live in Belgium, you've been to some of the like more famous museums, you know, in I guess Europe, or if you've had the chance. There's a lot of places I would love to go visit and go through to the different museums out in different places and so on. So just curious. I guess this is something I can ask everyone. Like, what are your favorite art museums that you've been to? Personally, I've been to, let's see, in LA, I went to um, the Getty, and uh, there's another one that's like also very famous, but it's more modern art. I preferred the Getty overall because it was, more traditional, figurative stuff, generally speaking. Um, I went to I don't remember the name of it, but I went to an art museum in Houston, which was actually really nice. Um, the Rothko Chapel was closed when I went, unfortunately. Now it's open, but when I was there, it was closed. They were renovating parts of it. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll take all that back though. I think my favorite museum I went to was I got a chance to run through, and I do mean practically running through um Washington, the I don't remember what it's called, but the museum in Washington, D.C. I've been there. They have some beautiful stuff there. Buffet says when I was there, I didn't get a chance to go to any of the art museums in the Netherlands. Don Lee says Smithsonian. Um, Catherine says, yes, I did. Many museums. In Belgium, the museum in Brussels, Antwerp. Last year, you went to Vienna. Oh my God, it sounds amazing. The Arbor, Al, Alberita. Albertina, right? Albertina, and I am not going to pronounce that. Con consist or I'm not I'm not doing a good job with that one. All beautiful. Okay. Uh, also some it's German. Yeah. Some museum, the Van Gogh Museum and Vermeer exhibition in Amsterdam. Nice. Yeah, I did not pull that one off. Most of the museums I visited were history museums. Flopmeisters. Yeah, I've visited a bunch of those as well. The Met in New York is also great. I've heard. I never had a chance to go to that one. Oh, the Smithsonian was an answer to Washington D.C. museums. Who's never been, always wanted to. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if it's a Smithsonian. It's they have two museums that are attached to each other, but like it's one's modern art and one's more like classic art. It might be the Smithsonian. I honestly don't know. Hey Saman, welcome. How you doing? Catherine says, I'm always in awe when I see those great old masters. The craftsmanship is just amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Can't remember which museum I it was. I think it was the one in wait, no, I think this one was actually in San Francisco. Uh they had some of what's his name? John Singer Sargent's paintings. They had some of his big ones. I think this was in San Francisco. Oh my God, those are so, his large paintings are so fun to see. Like to walk into a room and just see it hanging high above the doorway. It's practically life size. It's so good. Uh, Donnelly says my favorite was probably an art museum in Chicago. I was there during Van Gogh exhibit and still remember how many of the photos I'd seen didn't do the color justice. Yeah, absolutely. Saman, I'm keep messing up your name. He painted that big. Yeah, his John Singer Sargent's uh a lot of his paintings are a lot larger than you might think. Um, it like what is it? Lady X or something like that. I can't remember. Madam X, or maybe that's just um the name. For some reason, that's the name I have in my head for the painting. Um, maybe it's not the real name. I keep getting stuff confused. Yeah. Um, but yeah, it's very large. He also has a ton of little paintings, especially watercolors. His watercolors are tiny. Like, you know. Sorry, I didn't. I wasn't gonna be able to mute in time for that one. Yes, Saman, that's a painting of the woman in the black dress. Yep. Catherine's been to the Louvre and a few other museums, which I am going to mess up the names of. I am very jealous. Yeah, that that would be amazing to would love to do a Europe trip and go to all the different museums, see all the art in person because uh like Don Lee was saying, um there's nothing like seeing the real thing. Like the colors, nothing compares. It's just no reproduction really does a good job. And there's some paintings that it's like it is absolutely pointless to almost it's almost pointless to see them to see reproductions of them. Um so yeah. Uh don't be, it only makes you feel smaller. What? Being jealous of your trips? Conley says there was so much controversy with his Madame X portrait. It was so dumb. There's so much dumb stuff around that. Uh, Salman says, congratulations on making 81 subs. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, streaming, being consistent, all that definitely helps the channel for sure grow. Absolutely. Um, I will say this. So today's Sunday, tomorrow being Monday. That's how weeks work. Yep. Um, I'll be streaming tomorrow as well, but then I'm going to have to miss Wednesday stream and the following Sunday and the following Monday stream. I'm missing all of those. I'm going to visit my dad, so I'm just not going to be around, so I can't stream for those days. But I will then come back on Wednesday. But not this Wednesday, the following Wednesday. Yeah. Oh, Catherine says, I mean, you feel so small when you see all those famous, gorgeous paintings. Yeah, no, I get that for sure. Catherine says, I must say I was pretty impressed with the works of Van Gogh. The amount of paintings he made the last months of his life. A real virtuoso. Yeah. Yeah, Van Gogh is one of those painters who I've learned to appreciate more over the years. Um, you know, there are aspects of his painting that are not my favorite. Um, but I do appreciate his stuff a lot more over the years. Um, sure. And there are painters out there who I'm like, um, over the years have definitely kind of grown to appreciate or at least respect more than I used to uh, as an art student and growing, as a younger person kind of thing. There's some painters who I'm like also holding off on an opinion, like because I haven't had a chance to see their artwork in person. Um, and I know that it makes all the difference in the world. Um, so, and even then, like my opinion on artwork is also, you know, as I've gotten older or matured more, not been a snotty, you know, teenager. No offense to any teenagers watching, I'm talking about myself. Um, Definitely as my, I think my appreciation for art in general has broadened. And it's like, there's a lot of art out there that I'm like, I am not the biggest fan of this, but that's fine. Other people, it's for other people, and that's cool. Do I like those weird paintings of medieval demons and such? I don't. I like artwork that like I like concept art of like demons and monsters and stuff like that. I'm not sure what you're referencing. I know that's not what you're referencing. So the subject matter doesn't necessarily bother me, but the style might. I don't know. I will say this. There is an artist who Nicholas loves and I am not a fan of, and I forgot his name. Um, but he's the crazy guy who did the painting. Uh, One of Nicholas's favorite paintings, which is the has that little dog in it. Um, yeah, Hirosh Hieronymus Bosch. I don't know off the top of my head. Not the blue dog, no, Don Lee. There's a guy who painted. He's famous. He painted that painting of like him. It's like a painting of himself, I think, eating himself, like a small something like that. I can't remember his name right now. Literally, like painted on his walls, went crazy, painted on his walls. As far as I remember correctly, but I don't remember his name right now. I wish I had a better memory for this stuff. That's one of those things I really struggle with. How bad my memory is for names and all that. Uh, Catherine was saying in Belgium we've got the Flemish primitives like Dirkbots. I'm gonna butcher these names. Hans Memling, the brothers Van Eyck, Roger Van, I think it's Van Dyke, Wenden, and Hiroshima Bosch, 15th and 16th century. Interesting. My art history is just so trash. I actually uh, would love to uh, find a way of learning, you know, more art history, but in a way that like I'll actually learn something, not just like reading Wikipedia pages about art. So we're 3 hours roughly into the stream, and I will by no stretch say that this is a finished portrait. Having said that, it is a like the portrait is there, even if it's not like finished. I'm really happy with that. Catherine says, "Oh yes, there is a good likeness." Yeah, I think so. Only good things happen when you come to the dark side. Funny. I think the eyes need to move up slightly. Measure this out. Yeah, yeah, the eyes need to go up a little bit. So part of the likeness is now getting destroyed, but yeah, I'll get in there and bring it back in just a second. So I'm working a little fast at the moment because I'm trying to keep in my head not only like what I want to change, but also what it looks like right now, what I want it to look like, and what it looked like. Trying to mentally kind of keep all of that in my head at the same time. So I know if I'm pulling off what I want. Okay. Catherine asks, do I ever use a rigger brush like Nicholas to define the drawing again? No, I do the same exact thing, but without a rigger brush. So what I'll do is, um, as an example at this stage, because everything's wet, I can go in and I can use a wipeout tool, um, and I can just draw that way, or I will use this brush or this brush, and I'll just use the tips, like I'll just use the edge of it. Um, yeah. I'll be honest, I may have messed this up a bit, which not a big deal. Oh, I see. So a great like learning opportunity, which I hate to deal with, but I messed up his forehead here, I think. Messed up the height of it. And that little mistake, I think, has been throwing off the rest of the face from the nose up. So the easiest thing I can do would be take a photo of this, throw it into Photoshop, overlay, and do it that way. But I'm trying to like just have fun with this and everything. So I'm not going to do that today. And it will be what it is, kind of thing. Yeah, Catherine. So I I don't use that many like brushes. I basically do everything with flats that are um, varying sizes. That's about it for the most part. I just bought some rosemary brushes, and I did get a what is it called? A comber for the first time. I'll find out if I like those soon. What's a comber? A comber is a flat brush that the edges, the like the end of it is, I guess the right term for it would be, is feathered. So part of it is cut, part of it isn't. So it gives a bit of an uneven like streaks, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know if that's the right way of describing it, but yeah. Yeah, Dunley, I did mention them in my last stream because I just bought brushes. They just arrived. Buff says, "Oh, it looks like a comb." Yeah, that's the idea. I haven't used it yet, but I'm looking forward to giving it a try. It arrived. It literally just arrived like a day ago. But I'm not going to bother trying out my nice new brushes right before a trip. I'll wait till I get back. Give them a shot then. Buff Pie, that's how I feel about LA. I have a love-hate relationship. Buff Pie is saying they have a love-hate relationship with the Netherlands since they lived there for a while. Salmon is uh, is the name of the anime Berserk you're talking about? So I think it's worth mentioning and admitting. Um, hold on a second. Um, oh, so oh yeah, I was going to say. So I think it's fair to admit when an artist like you messed up, and it's not that big of a deal, honestly. I definitely think I messed up working on the eyes too quickly. I think they were actually pretty good beforehand. I don't think it's a big deal. I trust that I'll be able to pull everything back. And that's why I'm mentioning it, because I know some people, not saying necessarily in chat, but just in general, like artists, I know some artists are afraid of making mistakes or ruining something that looked good to begin with, like saying, like ruining the eyes, for instance, like I just did. Not that big of a deal. You just have to go back in and do it again. And it may be not as good the second time, or maybe better. Who knows? Not really, personally, I'm not worried about it. And in fact, one of the good things that came out of this is I messed everything up and I'm going back in and fixing it, allowing me to go darker because I messed up all this. So now to add in definition, I could either go lighter or darker. I'm going darker. Salmon says it looked good to me from the start, and even now it looks good, but I trust the process. Yeah, so I actually really liked the eyes and the and everything before. What was throwing me off, and I didn't realize it until I messed with the eyes, was the forehead, or not forehead, the top of the head in relation to basically in relation to the edge of the photo of the frame. It and that was actually the mistake, like the mistake. But that's so I tried to adjust. I didn't realize that was the mistake, so I tried to adjust the eyebrows and the eye sockets, and that was more of a mistake. But that's fine, like I said. Um, and like you're saying, it is a process, and just gotta kind of go through it. I also don't mind messing things up because I feel like it gives me opportunities to add or do other things like, you know, messing up the edges a bit, which I'm a big fan of. So that works for me. Yeah, Fluff, I agree with Catherine. The Caribbean sounds like paradise. If with one exception, all those damn pirates. That's really the only issue I can see with the Caribbean. Fluff is saying that the sticky heat is an issue and prices are Saman is from the Kurdistan region in North Iraq, like 80% mountains. That's crazy. Yeah, I definitely know sticky heat because Catherine, it's I would say we've been in a heat wave, but is it a heat wave when it's just constant? Like I feel like at that point it's not a heat wave and it's just hot. Like yeah, Texas has been disgustingly hot for a while now. For like I think it's been like 2 or 3 months at this point. Hopefully it cools down soon, a little at least. I'll be honest, I'm worried about winter this year. We've been getting really bad winters lately in Texas, and they have not been doing a good job of like keeping up the infrastructure to deal with it. So had like tons of power outages and crap like that. And yeah, kind of worried about that. But last year we had a power outage for like I think it was like a week almost. Just really, you know, I mean, power outages are bad enough, but when it's freezing and everything in your house is electric, it's a little worse. Don Lee, you're arting. What are you up to right now? Buff Pies, does that sound so? Yeah, it's been really bad. The power outages stuff is I'm hoping they fixed some of it because it's miserable and um very disruptive to, work and everything as well. At least though like we could drive places. I think it was 3 years ago when the snowmageddon happened. Uh, we couldn't even drive. Everything was frozen. Um, our car, isn't, we're not like suited for off-roading in the snow, and we couldn't even drive. Like people tried to drive out of our neighborhood, and they got stuck because their car would try and drive up a minor slope, and you have no traction, and it just slides off the road. Um, so yeah, Buff by you're saying you get a lot of power outages, but long ones happen when a hurricane passes over. Yeah, yeah, we don't have a lot of power outages like generally, but as soon as there's any kind of severe weather incident, that's when we end up having like a power outage. Unfortunately, though, it does last a significant amount of time sometimes. So, what happens specifically in our area? This is like so when the Snowmageddon thing happened, it was different issues, but when specifically in our area, they built our neighborhood, and then they built like because we're in a kind of an area that's like in development a little bit, and so they built like a neighborhood behind us, like if I'm saying like in relative to like the main part of this of town, I guess. Um, and what they did was they just, like ran the wires from like our neighborhood, kept them going to the one behind us. Well, they didn't add more, they just ran them as it is. And so when there's like a high demand of any kind, the load is too much and it just cuts out. So it's frustrating. But, I guess that's the advantage of having a for-profit electrical company. They will cut costs wherever they can and make more profit. Texas is really stupid about electricity, though. Like, this state is just really dumb about it all. And it's all, not to get in too much into like the politics of it, but it's all about greed. That's all it is. It doesn't have to be this messed up, but you know, it is what it is. It's sad, someone. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking about my state's electrical situation or the fact that you're an introvert. Um, Being an introvert, I'm a bit of an introvert too, I'll be honest. So it definitely has its disadvantages. And the degree, like it can be very extreme, which can be unfortunate. The greed, yeah, the greed is unfortunate, for sure. They're sad. Yeah, people, you know, not to be a bummer, but like people lost their lives in Snowmageddon, and it's all literally just for greed. Like there's no real other reason for it. Yeah, someone, I agree. Greed, you know, I can see it being sad. Um, Especially when you describe it that way, like a black hole, never being, never having enough. Yeah, absolutely. So for anyone who's interested in like how to paint stubble, um, like obviously you could go in and paint every individual thing if that's the kind of painter you want to be. But if you want to paint kind of more my style and you want to know how to do it, um, the trick is to try and basically paint it like squint so you can't see the detail and then just kind of paint it like that as if it's not there almost. And then at the end, like go in and like add a little bit of the texture of it. You like how I handled the stubble? Thank you very much. All right. So it's I think it's actually coming together pretty well. Obviously, some mistakes were made. That's not a big deal though. Um, but I'm going to take a second to stretch and then it's going to get interesting. It looked natural. Good. Glad. Thank you, Fluff Pie. Yes, stretch. Sunday stretches with Leon. Yes, Donley. Yes. I should do like a yoga session once for stretches. Fluff Pie. Yes. Yeah. All right. All right. I'm gonna do like a couple quick little fixes and then some fun additions are coming in. So yeah. Or at least, obviously fun in the context of painting, something I think is Yeah, I'm just gonna want to fix a couple things that are standing out to me. And that one, you love these new YouTube emotes. They're so cute. Yeah, they're fun. It's nice they're trying to improve that aspect of things. All right. So it's not perfect, obviously. It needs the whole painting needs some work. I also wanted to get some his tat. He has some neck tattoos. So I do want to like hint at them at some point. But the whole painting's about to take a slight turn. Slight, not well. Maybe turn might not be the right word, but uh, there's going to be a little bit of a shift happening right now. Ah, those itch. I want to use my fingers. That's a beautiful shade of color. Yeah, I do like. Catherine, if I'm not mistaken, it was you who was asking earlier about lemon yellow being opaque, and I'm not using any white with this, and it's still covering pretty well. Part of the trick, though, too, is Um, you notice I am when I'm painting, I'm putting down a lot more paint than before, and I'm holding my brush almost parallel with the painting. I think that's also helping all of that like coverage basically. So I don't know if that's helpful for you, but yeah. So I know this expanded the range a little as far as like compression goes. Um, but I think, I personally I feel like the whole point of compression in a painting, well, okay, there can be many reasons for it. For the most part, the reason I'm doing it at the moment is generally for mood. Like I, having a compressed values or range of tones, whatever, all contribute to a mood, right? That's generally why I do it. And I feel like I've achieved mood. So, you know, I'm okay adding a little contrast in it to help or to aid that mood in general. Um, Having said that, like I really enjoy doing the like ultra compressed values paintings. Those are a lot of fun. They're very challenging sometimes. Um, it just depends on the painting and what I'm trying to accomplish with it. So it kind of depends. So I really try not to use the brayer roller as like a gimmick. Um, and of course, what is a gimmick is debatable, but I really try to avoid using it as a gimmick. Um, so it's just something I'm aware of, like I'm conscious of. Did you fix his likeness? You part of his forehead? I did, and then I messed it up, part of it again. Um, but the part that I needed to fix, I fixed. Obviously, this part is messed up now more, but it's for the most part going to stay that way, um, because I'm trying to like, um, it's basically there's a few reasons for messing that part up. Part of it is like the idea of light bloom, but the other part is because of Hellboy. Um, I want to allude to something without actually painting that in. So that's why I'm like this part I'm messing up on purpose. But this part right here, like that I fixed. And that, along with this part here, which needs a little adjustment, but this part, and over here, if I actually get to it, and right here, affect the eyebrows and the ridge of the brow, which affects the eye sockets and the eyes. So getting that right is important. At least it's important for me in the sense of like being able to see um, the eyes correctly. And because I'm getting close-ish to the time that I'm going to end, I'm not ending just yet, but I'd say in the next, you know, 15 to 30 minutes roughly is probably when I'm going to end because I can feel myself getting tired. I'm going to put in something that I probably would have waited to put in, but I'll do it now for the stream because I don't think I'm going to continue this on another stream. There's I'm not saying it's done, but like there's not I don't think I could spend another stream painting this. You know what I mean? So um but I'm going to do this little bit so that it's on at least on stream for the fun of it. Someone says I usually draw people who aren't real so I don't think about likeness. Fair. I just draw a cartoon of a person. If I like it, I draw it again. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's just a different thing. There's uh, both are good. I think drawing real people has a there's a lot of benefits from practicing that as an artist. So it's the type of thing where it's like if an artist was wanted to improve their skills in a certain direction, especially uh well, not even realism. I would say even like comic booky art kind of thing. Um, then yeah, drawing real people, trying to do figure drawing, whether it be online or um in person, person being better, obviously, if possible. Yeah, those are all good things. I know it's not for everybody, and like, you know, especially people who do like very cartoony stuff sometimes feel unnecessary, but a lot of people who do cartoony drawings can draw or paint very realistic looking stuff. They just prefer to do the stylized cartoony stuff. Do I have a shorthand to getting likeness, or do you usually map up the face using a method? I don't use any method in particular. I've learned methods. I've learned the different like very common one for what is it? The Bridgman, um, Andrew Loomis. Loomis, you can get his books online for free. They're in public domain at this point. Um, you, uh, those are famous and common ones. I had a teacher who taught. There was another method, I can't remember the name of it. So those are all good. You know, practice obviously is a big part of it. The more you do it, the better you get at it. Tracing is a great way of practicing. Tracing photos, tracing paintings. But the trick about tracing is for as a system of studying, um, is the like you have to have the understanding and the knowledge before you start tracing in a way. And then and then the tracing ends up being a lot more beneficial. What I mean by that is, for instance, I can kind of demo it a little bit on the lips since I'm painting the mouth right now. Um, so the lips, there's like a part here that's thicker, a part here that's thicker, here too. And then on the bottom, it's over here and over here, and there's a dip in the middle where this part fits. They kind of fit together like a puzzle, but there's a bunch of like overlapping aspects of it where like the top lip kind of overlaps a little. I mean, it overlaps in general, but like the planes of it, there's some really great illustrations out there that do a better job of uh, demonstrating it than I can do in this type of painting. But the idea being like this is a bit of a plane. This overlaps like this part. That's why it's lighter here. And then over here, this part's protruding, so um, that's a thicker part. That's why you're getting a bit of lightness here. And then, stuff like that. So knowing those things is very very beneficial for when you actually go to trace because it gives you context for what you're doing instead of just blindly tracing. And like anything, a lot of practice, There are some things out there that like talk about the fact that if you get, I think it's like the T, as long as you get the proportions correct there, like you'll get a lot more of the likeness. I I heard of that after I'd already like gone to school, so not something I'm all that familiar with, but I heard something about that. And then also caricatures. Caricatures is a great way of studying likeness because in order to get caricatures of someone, you really have to be able to hit likeness. And, you know, it doesn't like it's also one of those things where it's like you can get the likeness of someone even when it's not accurate, and characters teach that too. Um, Rocco has a YouTube channel and he teaches caricatures. I haven't taken it, but what I've seen of the videos, it looks good. It looks like they do a good job of teaching that stuff. It's funny, I had a friend who really did not like Proco on YouTube, but like not for any particular reason, just kind of like something about the guy didn't work for her. Whatever, every he seems like a nice guy. Everything I've seen of his channel and his videos seem very well informed. Uh, Clearly a really good artist. So I don't know. I just not it's not really important. I just thought it was funny because, like I said, it's just one of those things where it's like an irrational dislike for the guy, I think, from someone. But yeah, I think his stuff's great. In case someone's wondering, the reason I did like horizontal and vertical is because I was just painting horizontally, but I didn't like the brush indentations the way they were catching on the light, so I flipped it. I really changed the painting drastically, Catherine. Yes, I did. It's an evolution. Yes, it is. Yep. Uh, I'll be honest, some of this is definitely some, like, obviously not every aspect of it, but a lot of it was like in my head, I'm like, okay, this is where I'm going with this to a degree. I do think it ended up being slightly more contrasty than I was initially planning. Um, but you know, I'm not like I try not to be too rigid about like no, everything has to be super compressed. Because like I said, the real reason I do compress values is to get a mood. And I think I kind of got a mood. So, because I got a mood, I'm not worried about the contrast as much. And I hope that, you know, doing a good job of expressing that. Uh, I do love doing like really rigid, you know, paintings where like the whole point is to really just work within like a very, very small range. It's so much fun. It's very challenging. And I love some of the paintings it produces, but I don't feel like I need to be, I don't feel like I should do approach every painting like that. Let me put it that way. Catherine says the reference has a specific light and shadow pattern. Will you follow that? I am following that to a degree. Uh, if you notice, I'm actually following most of it. And I say most of it because there's a few parts that are there's a little deviation. Um, but yeah, I'm actually following most of it. If you're talking about the speckling of light on his face, um, in this area, that might not quite get the one-to-one accuracy in there. But the rest of it's pretty there. It's just not as the word I'm looking for. Um um I don't know how to say it. Um maybe obvious. Yeah. Or the way I approached the contrast has made it look a little different, possibly. That's what you meant. Okay, yeah. No, um so specifically that one area, I'm not going to really worry about that. That's like the one part that I'm really not. So the I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but the reason for this is mostly because of Hellboy. not that this ever happened in Hellboy specifically, but he does have the horns, which he grinds down, and he does have the fire crown that appears sometimes. Um, I didn't want. I actually sketched it out to see what it looked like if I were to give Nicholas the horns, and I didn't like it, so I didn't. So I didn't do that. Um, and a flaming crown, just with the light pattern that was there, wouldn't entirely work in my opinion. So this is my way of like, you know, kind of hinting at it or invoking it without actually painting it. And with the way that like light flares and light bleed can work sometimes. And I mean, I'm not saying this is accurate or realistic, but I'm just saying like it's not otherworldly maybe, because like I've seen flares that do things, and that's why like some of it's flaring down and so on. And at least that's the thought process in my head. Ultimately, none of that actually matters in the sense of like it needs to be, it doesn't need to be realistic, it doesn't need to be fake, none of that matters. It just needs to be a good painting that evokes a feeling and so on. But, you know, I those are the like mental filters that I kind of run through. Do I see a round of the field down flat horn on the upper right there? Didn't notice it until you started talking about it. A round of the file down. Oh, horns. Yeah. So, uh, oh, Fluffy, I gotta take my leave. Bye, Fluffy. Have a great one. Yeah, it's Dunley. I'm not actually painting in the file down horns because I actually tried it out in Photoshop before I started streaming, and it didn't look right. It kind of to me it kind of looked like he was just wearing goggles, and I was just like, this doesn't quite work. Um, but I wanted to invoke them in a way. So that's why this whole thing up here in his forehead is happening. All right, now I'm gonna put in like a like I was saying 20 minutes ago, some detail that I normally wouldn't put in this stage, but I'm doing it for the fun of the stream, and then if it might end up being adjusted as I finish the painting, but like this painting doesn't have another stream in it. I'm gonna have this one. I'm gonna finish it probably off stream but you can see it's pretty close to finished. So eyes are such a fun, complicated part of painting. Um, there's so much that has to do with eyes in so many different ways. Um, I do feel like often people put too much detail into eyes. I do think a bit of vagueness and like lack of detail that matches with the painting style, obviously, is actually really good. Um, but the tendency is to like overpaint the eyes. Even my tendency is to do that. Oh, my head's been getting in there. Okay. And I think that's, understandable. Uh, it is definitely challenging. Um, because we put so much importance into them. But I think that surprisingly, sometimes or counterintuitively, putting less detail in them feels better. I think because realistically, we can't actually see that much detail in people's eyes unless we're like right up in them, you know. Our eyesight just ain't that good, and eyes are very small. But so I think that's part of it. I'm not sure. Um, so there's that. Um, but what I'm gonna do here is not necessarily the most realistic thing in the world, but once again, this is a like Hellboy-esque painting that I'm going for. It was interesting to see the evolution. Gotta go too. Bye, everyone. Oh, bye, Catherine. Have a good one. All right. All right. So this is the final detail before I am going to end the stream tonight or today. Freaking details sometimes. Need to redraw that. Feel like I couldn't do a Hellboy without kind of getting those eyes in there. But I don't want it to be too much, so we'll go. There we go. What do we think? Does the eye add to it? Because if I remember correctly, he has red eyes, doesn't he? That glow when he uses. If I'm not mistaken, I thought that was right. Actually, I think his eyes might just be white. Oh well. I think it looks cool. Anyways, I think I'm going to be calling it a night for the stream. Obviously, there's a little more that needs to be done in the painting. I think looking at it, um, some modeling needs to happen with his beard here. And I do think I also need to define the chin just a little more. It's big enough. It just at the moment looks like he's got a slightly fat face, like around here, instead of just like that chin. So that needs just a little bit of love. And then his tattoos. But yeah, I kind of like it. I like the like messiness of it, the moodiness, and all the brush marks. I don't know. At least that's my opinion on it so far. I think the likeness is there, at least enough. So, but yeah, otherwise, I think I'm going to be calling it a night tonight. It was fun. Uh, I had fun painting this. So, uh, yeah, anyways, hope everyone has a great Sunday, and I'll be streaming tomorrow night as well. So, yeah, have a good one, everybody. All right.